1 second. Very good. Okay. Well, I guess we'll get started. Good evening and welcome to the Albany City Council special and regular virtual meetings tonight for November 16th, 2020. First item on our agenda is a closed session, executive session pursuant to Government Code 54957 to discuss public employee performance evaluation, and a conference of labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item before we go into closed session? Raise your blue hand if you're on the phone, that's *9. If not, I'll remind the attendees that, or I'll let the attendees know that the meeting right now is closed session, where we'll be going into a closed session where the public will not have access to, and then we will resume our regular meeting at this same link in the same meeting at 7:30, the regular meeting. So if you're here for an item at the regular meeting, you can check back at 7:30. So seeing no public comment, let's adjourn to closed session. See you there.
Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, so I can hear you and see you.
Look at you.
Are you there, Ann? There's Nick. All right, we're getting there.
Whenever you're able to make me a co-host, that'd be great. Be right back. Okay. It's past 7:30. I'd like to call to order the Albany City Council meeting for Monday, November 16th, 2020. We had a closed session and we have no reportable actions out of the closed session. And I'd like to go ahead and start the regular meeting now with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember McQuaid has agreed to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you for that. And we'll go over to the city clerk for a roll call.
Councilmember Barnes,
Here.
Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Here.
Mayor Pilch.
Present. Moving on to ceremonial matters. I have a few statements to read. The situation with COVID evolves almost hourly. Today, Governor Newsom held a press conference where he announced that many counties would be rolling back in their tiers. Our county will be rolling back to the purple tier due to the tremendous spike in many of the metrics around COVID. I was already going to speak about being careful and continuing to mask up and to maintain your social distance, and then this happened as well. So almost all indoor activities will be curtailed, or will be prohibited. The ones that were allowed will now be prohibited, including indoor dining. The governor did announce that he made a mistake in his own judgment and in the gathering that he went to himself. The science points to gatherings as being a major cause of spikes in the pandemic. This is a heartbreaking time of year to have to say this, it being given Thanksgiving and all the holidays around it, but please don't gather. And it pains me to say that because I want to gather. I want to gather with my friends and family, but please don't gather. If you have to, please gather outdoors. Please don't gather with other people you haven't gathered with before. Wear your masks, cover both nose and mouth all the time, unless you're actively eating and drinking and putting food or drink in your mouth. On a bright note, the county did announce a grant program for relief for small businesses. So that is one piece of good news during this time. And just continue to be aware of the pandemic that we are all in. I'd also like to take this time to say that to announce a Transgender Awareness Week and Transgender Day of Remembrance. Every year between November 13th and 19th, people and organizations around the country participate in Transgender Awareness Week to help raise the visibility about transgender people and address issues members of the community face. This week, before Transgender Day of Remembrance on November 20th, people and organizations around the country participate in Transgender Awareness Week to help raise the visibility of transgender people and address issues members of this community face. Transgender Day of Remembrance is an annual observation on November 20th, which will be Friday, that honors the memory of the transgender people whose lives were lost in acts of anti-transgender violence that year. And that ends my remarks under item number 3, which is Ceremonial Matters. Did any other council members have items to announce? Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I would like to make a request of the mayor regarding the agenda. We have an item on the agenda that is a source of discomfort and a problematical matter. And it feels I'm very uncomfortable moving forward with this meeting, with this looming over us. We've got other very important things to discuss, but I think that we should bring this up and take care of it. I feel like going forward, as if this were a normal meeting, kind of normalizes something that should not be normalized. So I would request that we can adjust the agenda to get this out of the way and have an ordinary meeting.
I'm uncertain as to the specifics of your request.
Well, I am requesting that item 12-2, which is the request that a member of this council be censured and reported to the grand jury, that be brought up and dealt with at the beginning of the meeting rather than at the end.
City Attorney, do I have the ability or power to do that, or does the council have that?
Yes, I think you can, if Councilmember Nason wants to make that a motion to reorder the agenda to place 12-2 next, and there's a second, the council can reorder the agenda and hear that first.
I'll second that.
Councilmember. Okay. Are you, well, has Councilmember Nason made that motion?
I am making, I hereby make that motion. Thank you.
That it come up, let's see, we are, if there's no other ceremonial matters, we are between items 3 and 4. So you request that it come up at this time in the agenda.
Correct.
And we have a motion. We have a motion for that and a second. So then would the city clerk poll the council, please?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss, Councilmember Moss,
You're muted.
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuay,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
I should have called for some discussion. I'll say no simply because those who might have wanted to speak on this matter might not be here to speak on it. So I'm a little bit concerned that there will not be any public comment on this matter, or those who wish to speak in public comment will not be able to do so. But a motion has been made, and we will therefore proceed with item 12.2 on the agenda. And that is my item. So let me go to that. Give me a moment. I was not prepared to talk about this at this point in the meeting. So I have a proposal for 2 items on the agenda regarding the actions taken by Councilmember Barnes. One is a referral to the grand jury, which is a action that can be taken as a result of disclosure from closed session, and a resolution of censure. I want to say there was a public letter about this. I want to perhaps address some things in that letter and state a few more, make a few more comments about it. This is not a vindictive or personal act. I'm speaking now towards the public letter we received. It's not a vindictive or personal act. We do not require a censure policy in order to pass the censure resolution. I checked with the city manager about this. I do believe that these actions caused us to be sent a threat letter, and right out of the gate that will cost the city $30,000 because that is the agreed upon fee in actions of this type. And however, if we go to, we know that that is likely to be more because there will be more staff time involved in dealing with the threat letter. And if we go to districts, we know that there will be even more expense involved because the process to going to districts involves many public hearings and districtings, and again, lots of staff time, including city attorney time. My desire is simply that this that these actions be made public and that justice be served in this matter. So those are my remarks. Do I have questions from the council members? Yes, speak as Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. You mentioned you consulted with the city manager about this. Has Mulla weighed in on
City
the
attorney.
legitimacy of this?
If I said city manager, I meant city attorney.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah. Can you just tell us precisely what actions you consider objectionable? Was it, you're saying that talking to a lawyer was an objectionable action, as well as providing some kind of information that we are not allowed to discuss in this meeting, that you maintain should not have been discussed. You're objecting to both of those. Is that correct?
I am objective. The specific complaint is about disclosure of information from closed session. And my belief is that this caused us to be sent a threat letter, because it was not just any attorney that was spoken to. It was an attorney who has filed the most CVRA threat letters in California. And we were discussing matters such as this around ranked choice voting at that time.
So you are objecting to the consultation with a lawyer?
I think it was yes, I think it was that is not a part of the formal complaint, but that I believe is yes, I find it objectionable, and I find that it circumvented the democratic process.
Talking to a lawyer circumvented the democratic process, and then the release of this information that we are not allowed to discuss. Are you accusing your fellow council member of having done that intentionally?
No, I do not know his intentions.
But you do not. You are not making that accusation.
No, I have no way of knowing intentions.
Okay, so we have no accusation of intentional conduct. The only intentional conduct that you're objecting to is consultation with a lawyer. I am going to move that we table this indefinitely, that this not be taken up further.
Can we hear from public comment?
No, we don't need to hear it. I don't believe that we do need to hear public comment.
It is on
yes,
the agenda. So if there is public comment, we would need to take it. But if there is none, then there would be no need.
Okay, well, that's different from Robert's Rules of Order, but that's if that's
just it's the Brown Act requirement.
Fine. Okay.
So I'd like to proceed as we usually do with any agenda item, take questions, go to public comment, and then come back for a discussion.
Oh, there is a motion on the table. Should we? Let me second that motion that's on the table since it was on the table.
Okay. I'll acknowledge that there's a motion and a second, but are there further questions from the council on this item before I go to public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and go to public comment. City Clerk, if you'd let the public in, please.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I'm here to do good for the city. Is this the time to do it?
No, this is not.
The
This
good
is
for the good of
item
the city.
12-1.
Thank you. That's what I'm hoping to do first.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but my wife, Elaine Viday, is an attorney, and I did learn some things from her. I'm not sure what's going on here exactly, but my opinion is I think it's okay to reach out and ask for advice. I think as long as no attorney had signed documents of letters of representation, you know, I think it's, as the city attorney knows, it's called research, right? So I believe it's okay for a member of the public or council to seek advice or seek professional research. You know, I'm not sure what was happening here, but if it's come to ranked choice voting and all that, I think as a citizen, we would, it'd behoove the city to be able to still vote for the mayor. I've been talking to many people, and everybody should have the right to vote for the mayor of the city. You know, that's true democracy. democracy. And if the people can't choose their own mayor, you know, and then you have people on the board, the city council, and let's say majority rules. We got 2 people, you know, majority rules. It's still an inside job. You know, there's still favoritism going on with the inside job choosing mayor. But I don't know what this commission's going after. If you're trying to make somebody else look bad, if you're trying to destroy someone's character, you know, with the city, because every city council member up there has done a great job for the city. And I would just hate for there to be any drama or for anybody to attack anybody, city council member to attack another city council member, to have legal issues, to affect their livelihood or their life, to affect their reputation in Albany. That would be terrible. You know, it's Thanksgiving coming up. I hope everybody could, you know, be more forgiving, you know, and be more compassionate toward others. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It's not my place to get involved, really, but I really hope you guys could work this out. Nason, you suggested tabling it indefinitely. You know, I don't know if anybody broke any laws or what really happened. But I know everybody up there has done a great job, and that's not what the city council is about, to go after other people, you know, after being there so long. It's like, now time for the city council to end. It sure doesn't seem like it's ending on a good note. So I hope it ends on a good note. Please just forgive everybody, just forgiveness. Thank you.
Hi, this is Harry Chomsky. It is hard to comment on an item where many of the specifics are missing, but it sounds like, at least from some perspective, there's an issue of a city council member working behind the scenes against the interests of the city. I can't be sure if that's true or not, because we don't know what was said when or to whom, or whether it was legal or illegal to do so. But it's a serious matter that's been brought up, and I hope you will all take it seriously, and especially if what we're talking about is a case of someone being unhappy with the outcome of a democratic process in the city and stepping into the legal system to try to alter the outcome of that process. I don't know if that's what's happening or not, but it at least sounds superficially like something like that may be going on. And of course, every citizen is welcome to go to a lawyer and try to change what's happening in the city through the courts if they disagree. But it does seem to me problematic for someone who is representing the people of the city and benefits from inside knowledge from that position to operate in that way. So I don't want to say that that did or didn't happen, but just that it's a serious matter, and I hope your discussion will take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I just am confused about this item. I think that Harry Chomsky made a really good point, and I see the letter from Clay Larson saying the opposite. And so I think it would be really helpful to the public to know what actually, how we know whether this was illegal or not illegal. And I think it would be really helpful if Mayor Pilch would just explain if he consulted with a lawyer, because Clay Larson's email claims that that it wasn't illegal, and yet it sounds like the mayor thinks it was. And I think for the public, for the community members, it would be helpful to not just table this and just send it off into nowhere just because people don't like it or they're uncomfortable with it, but to actually have a real conversation where as much as the information, I understand that the information can't actually be shared because it was from a meeting, but it's not to, I guess I'm just saying, I don't agree with the idea of just saying, we'll table this indefinitely and we'll get rid of it. We don't have to deal with it. It doesn't make sense to me. And as the public, I think we deserve better than that. If Mayor Pilch has a concern, I think we deserve to hear more about his concern, and we deserve for there to be a discussion and not just have somebody immediately move to get rid of it, especially since the person who seconded the motion is the person who's being censored or potentially. So I would like to see at least a discussion and a clarification, and it would really be helpful to, I think, to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, yeah, this is Doug Donaldson. So when I saw this on the agenda, I was confused and concerned. I thought this was probably about the Measure BB campaign, and I was one of the signatories opposed to that. And I didn't understand, it was difficult for me to understand why that might lead to a motion, a censure motion, which I think is really inappropriate. And I'm urging the council to deny it or to postpone it indefinitely, as Rochelle has suggested. And if it is related to Measure BB, Nick, to me, it's very disappointing for a proud progressive like you. It looks like Trumpian tactics. It looks to me like this is retaliation, and I just think that's completely inappropriate, and especially since Measure BB passed, and you're the ones who supported it. You supported it, and also, I think. This is not the good time to go after Michael Barnes and try to censure him when you've won your election and Michael is off the council soon. He is termed out, I guess, as you say. And so what is this? Why do this now? What is going on here? It really is quite concerning to me. And I hope the council does not act on this motion of censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Alan. Alan Maris?
Oh, Mr. Maris, you're muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
I agree with most of what has been said. I don't think this is an appropriate resolution for the council to pass. I want to thank all of the council members who are going to be leaving the council, Peter Moss and Nick Pilch, and certainly Michael Barnes for exemplary service. I know you've worked very, very hard. I think Michael in particular has really communicated well and been very transparent with the community about his concerns on particular issues. I just agree that this is an inappropriate resolution for the end of someone's term. So please dispose of it however the council deems appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Jack.
I'm speaking on the good of the city.
If you could lower your hand, then you won't be in the queue, and then we'll know. We'll make sure you know when good of the city comes up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. This is Corey Dosty, they, them pronouns, non-binary. I just wanted to ask for clarity around the city attorney involvement. If the only way to file this complaint with a grand jury is through this process, that would be a potential reason for why this is before the council. I don't know, right? I don't know the ability for Mr. Pilch as an individual without the city attorney to bring this to the attention of legal experts if this is a possible issue. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe I see any more public speakers. So we'll bring it back to the council. And I did hear one question, the last question about the whether or not the grand jury is, I think the question was about whether the referral to the grand jury is necessary. I think I can speak to that. It is one of the remedies specified under the Brown Act. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, this is one of the remedies, not the only one, but it's one of the remedies under the Brown Act. And I don't believe it's necessary that the city council, it be the city council that takes this action. But I'm not sure who else can take this action. I'll stop there because I don't want to go past my legal knowledge.
Can we get an answer to that from the city attorney?
Any individual can bring their own complaint to the grand jury.
So Mayor Pilch can bring a complaint to the grand jury if he so desires.
Correct.
Okay, that was the one question I had. And then there were some comments about whether this was retaliation. I'll repeat again, this is not retaliation. I don't have any desire, and it would be terrible timing to have a retaliatory act at this point, seeing as we only have a very few formal meetings to go. This is simply that my desire is to make this public, to ask the city council for justice to be served in the ways that I suggested. And it is not personal, but I feel the actions were damaging to the city, and my belief is that they will be very damaging to the city going forward, and that's why I've surfaced this. And I did also hear a call for discussion, that many of the public were confused about this item, and I'll just say that it is a little confusing because of the Brown Act and the fact that we cannot disclose things said in closed session. We have to tiptoe around this discussion a little bit, but we do know that information from closed session was disclosed. Further discussion from council members?
Mayor, there's one more hand that got raised. Do you want me to?
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm having a little technical difficulty with seeing that. It is a bit late, but I did see this person's hand raised previously. So yeah, let's take this one more public comment and then close public comment.
Hi there, Jennifer Hansen Romero. I just want to point out that we're all human. Nobody's necessarily perfect. And I tend to recall being in a city council meeting in the audience probably about a year or so back. And maybe I'm not correct on all the rules and regulations, but seems like, there was potentially a violation with a particular city council member. regarding the open communication rules that was receiving texts from a member in the audience. And I just would like to remind everybody that, again, we are all human. We do make mistakes sometimes. And I just like to remind everybody that sometimes when we're trying to do the best interest for our community and we're trying to find out the appropriate information and speak with all of the information that's available, that we get, gosh, I'm trying to find the right words for this, but essentially we have to go on a hunt and try to find out information and make sure that we have all of the correct guidelines to put us forth into the correct perspective and guide our city correctly. So with that being said, just keep in mind those notes of what I'm mentioning. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll now close public comment. I'm very aware of how uncomfortable this is. I do not desire to have this discussion. I feel that the city and the public deserves this discussion or deserves to hear these items. And I would rephrase my answer to Councilmember Nason in that my belief is that it was damaging to for Councilmember Barnes not to speak to any attorney, but to this particular attorney. I would make that clarification. So would other comments from council members?
Just for the record, we did, as a council, decide to consult an attorney through the Asian Americans Advancing Justice on this same subject. It is understandable to me that Councilmember Barnes would seek an opinion from the most eminent lawyer in this field in the state of California, and I think we'd all agree that that this is the lawyer who has done the most work in this field. So we actually did this ourselves, exactly what Councilmember Barnes did. It seems that the accusation has to do with him releasing a piece of information that ought not to have been released, but there is no accusation that that was intentional. So this seems to be, honestly, this seems to be holding the hearing for the sake of allowing the mayor to express his disapproval. But I think if the mayor disapproves of what this council member did, which he doesn't even contend was done intentionally, his remedy, the remedy for the mayor, is to go take care of it himself and not try to pull the whole council in. So I would do my motion to table this matter indefinitely.
Okay. It is certainly not my intention that this be my court, or I'm not remembering how you put it, Councilmember Nason, but this is not an opportunity for me personally to air my complaint. It was, as I once again will state, I believe it was important for the public to know about this action, and I wanted to ask the council to take certain actions. Any further discussion or comments from council members?
Councilmember Moss.
Well, we have, oh, Councilmember Moss, you have your hand up.
And also push the button. Yeah, so complicated, you know, having to talk about something that we can't really talk about in its entirety. for me, this does have a ring of retaliation and is probably over the top. And I don't think I can vote for either of these things that are before us tonight. That said, I'd love to hear what Michael has to say about this in his own defense of why he made the move he did. I suspect it was unintended and a mistake. But that said, it did do damage, and it probably will cost the city money that if he had totally thought it through, we wouldn't have to be paying out in legal fees. I think for the mayor, if there is sort of a sense that you want this to be brought to justice, that this even got on the agenda tonight as a degree of that, because it exposes some of it. Doesn't exactly expose what happened, and I guess we can't talk about it fully, but something did happen. It did seem inappropriate at the time that I heard about it. Knowing more details, I thought it was inappropriate, but I would love to hear what the motivation was from Michael, and perhaps he's been advised he can't say anything tonight, and I could understand that, but a lot of it for me comes down to motivation. And if you make mistakes, you make mistakes, but if you're intending to an effective election, well, that's something different. So I don't know how to look at it, but at this point, I can't vote for either one of these.
And Vice Mayor McQuaid is next.
Thank you. I would have to agree with both Councilmember Moss and Councilmember Nason. I can't support this, and in fact would like to call for the question.
And Councilmember Moss, you still have your hand up, but I think that was from your last comment, correct? And I'm sorry, my video is not refreshing very well, so sometimes I cannot see your action. So thank you for using the blue hand. I'll just state, since I was called out directly, that it is not retaliatory. I have nothing political, certainly, to gain from this. I simply want justice. I want the public to be aware of what has happened. I am uncertain about the Robert's rules when the question is called, but it seems like there's no further comment. And if there is none, I think we can go to the roll call vote. There are two actions, actually. So the Councilmember Nason, can you clarify your motion? Your motion is to table both actions.
Let me ask the city attorney about the procedure. My intention was to move as quickly as possible to resolution, and that was not possible because of the need to take testimony pursuant to the Brown Act. So now my preference would be simply to act as conclusively as possible. And I think that perhaps we need to consider the two motions so that we can vote them down. But I don't think that they will have a second. So how can what is the conclusive way to terminate both of these proposals?
I guess if you don't even want to consider them, which I think is different from your original motion, you would want to, do you want to retract your motion and make a motion to deny both requests? Is that what I'm understanding?
That will be my motion. To deny both requests.
So you've retracted your original, and your new motion is to ask the council to deny both requests.
Correct.
I'll second.
Motion on the table, and we have a second. Is there further discussion on this item? Or this motion, I should say. Not seeing any hands raised. So the motion is to deny both requests. A yes will be a denial, a no will be a not denial. City Clerk, could you poll the council, please?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
You're muted.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch,
No.
and the motion carries.
And
Both.
thank you.
Both requests are denied.
Thank you. Okay, so that takes care of item 12.2. We were between items 3 and 4 on the agenda. So we will go back to item 4, which is the report on action taken in closed session, which I already did, which is that there is no reportable action. And we'll move on to item 5, which is the consent calendar. Consent calendar is normally moved in one motion unless members of the council or members of the public wish to pull an item for comment. I would like to pull the, oh, sorry, I don't have the number in front of me. Would other council members like to pull an item? Please just speak it out.
I'd like to pull 5.5, 5.7, and 5.9.
Thank you. Any other council member?
5.10.
5.10. Any other council member?
Actually, mine is on 5.10. It's simply a comment on 5.10 and 5.11 taken together.
Okay. All right. Hearing no other council members wishing to pull an item, would a member of the public like to pull an item for discussion? This is if you have a particular consent item under item 5 that you wish to pull for discussion.
Yes.
Public, please.
Item 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, 5.9, 5.10, and 5.11. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And seeing no other hands from the public, we'll come back to the council, and whoever pulled 5.5, I believe that's the vice mayor. Could you bring your comments forward, please?
Thank you. Yes, we received an email this afternoon on 5.5 making some what I thought were good corrections, for lack of a better term, updates, maybe it's a better phrase. I would like to have this passed this evening because our next council meeting is after the week. And I would like council's approval to have me update some of the language to reflect what we received this afternoon, and then get it to staff and to the mayor for signing tomorrow.
I have no objection to that. Any other council member? Hearing no objection, seems like that would be fine. Okay. Thank you for incorporating the changes, and thank you for bringing this item forward as well and working on this issue previously. Okay. Any other comments about 5.5? If not, we'll move to 5.6, which is the updated salary schedule for City of Albany employees. Member of the public wish to speak on that? Go ahead, please. Or
Hi, yeah, it's Jeremiah. So I noticed the city manager on tier 5 or 6 gets $99 per hour. Wow. With this 3% increase at the end, it'll be over $100 an hour. And our police chief makes $94 an hour. So that's where all that overtime. So overtime is time and a half, right? So that's $140 something an hour. Wow. So the fire chief also makes the same, $94 an hour. That's good to know. It's almost $100 an hour. I'm surprised the city manager makes more than the police chief and the fire chief. And I noticed the recreation aide, makes $13 an hour. I was just curious, is that minimum wage? So, yep, that was it. Just points of interest. Just want the public to know. City manager gets paid $99 an hour. Police chief and the fire chief get paid $94 an hour. And the recreation aide gets paid $13. All right, that's it.
Thank you for your comments. Bringing it back to the council. I'm not sure that the member of the public has indicated accurate numbers. I do not know myself. Any other discussion among council members? Seeing none, I neglected to ask for if there was any public comment on item 5.5. Is there any comments from the public on item 5.5?
This is Corey Dosty. I just wanted to say thank you very much, Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Thank you for that. Next speaker on 5.5, please, if there is one.
Oh. Am I on?
Yes.
Hello?
Speaking for item 5.5.
5, yes. Well, I just would like to have seen a copy of the proclamation to know what you're proclaiming for the city. And wondering if it will have some effect on the hate crimes that have been committed at the Gill Tract recently with destroying Indigenous land signs and Black Lives Matter signs. Was there going to be some city action taken against hate crimes along with the proclamation?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Note that if you go to the agenda online, there's a link called Agenda and Documents. If you click through to that, the proclamation is linked under the agenda item. Any further clarification or discussion of 5.5? If not, then we'll move on from 5.5. 5.6, 5.7 is the next up, and I believe that was Vice Mayor as well.
Yes, thank you. Just as a general question, as we do this in future documents, could we please have page numbers on the documents? And I do have a question about Solano Avenue Complete Streets Capital Improvements, which is on what I believe to be page 8. There's a table indicating the sort of the length of the Complete Streets project. And I'm assuming that long-term is longer than the 5 years of the CIP itself. So I'm wondering, one of the short-term things is a study for back-end angle parking. And if we're not going to do that, if we're going to do the study now and potentially implement it in more than 5 years, wouldn't all the data in the study be invalid? It'll have been such a long time in between the study and the implementation. So that's my question.
Okay. Could staff speak to that?
This is Walter. Can you hear me?
I don't think so.
There seems to be a hilarious problem with your audio. It's like a record being played way too slowly.
Right.
We may have dug up a troll from underground.
Yeah.
I can talk with Robert offline about it.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, Mr. Hurley, Director Hurley is coming on. Perhaps you did you, Mr. Hurley, did you want to speak to that, or?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened with Robert's microphone or whatnot. So let me make sure I get the question. So it's yes, we'll get page numbers, and then in terms of the Complete Streets project, we did break it out, and the long term does extend beyond the 5-year or the time horizon for the project. With respect to the back end angle parking study, I think that can happen at any time, and and if there's a concern with data quality, we could delay it or couple it more closely with the design. In the short run, we will be doing striping changes, which are supposed to be sort of the first step to getting us there. So that, I don't know all the details, but it might fit in with just striping changes.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment here?
Please.
Regarding back-in angle parking, I think there's an interesting example of a place where that works. And on Highway 395, there's a little town called Bridgeport, and they have back-in angle parking in this little town because they have wide streets, low traffic volumes, and very high traffic speeds. And there's actually a big old sign right outside of Bridgeport that warns people there's back-in angle parking. So, and I think actually that this is a good idea in Bridgeport. So I think it would be an interesting kind of a case study. I don't know if it would be worth anyone's time to call them up in Bridgeport and ask them how they, made their choices on back-in angle parking. But, it seems to work there. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nason, were you wanting to speak? I thought I saw your hand, but.
Yes. Well, not about back-in angle parking, although I mentioned that I noticed that it is in effect for a block of Shattuck for delivery type vans, interestingly. But that is not what the comment that I wanted to make about this. And my comment is this, when this was on our agenda last time, I started, going through page by page and making comments and questions and blah, blah, blah. And when it came up again this time, I just want to make this comment. We are about to have a new council sworn in, and the CIP is really one of the most essential policy documents that a city council creates and maintains. And the last time we did a full-on CIP was in March of 2018. So we don't want to create a situation where there's any expectation that the new council is going to be bound by what we are doing tonight. They are not. They will have a chance to update in the spring. I will still be here, and I'll have all my, detailed questions and comments when we take it up as a council in the spring. But I think people should realize we do have there has to be a commitment of a city council to a CIP. And so when we have the new city council, they need to review the CIP from the ground up and adopt it and take it into their own policy perspective. So I view this as kind of approval of the work the staff has done, but the policy work really needs, I think, to await the new council's review and comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other council questions before I ask the public for comments? Seeing none, is there a member of the public who would like to comment? Please bring them in, City Clerk.
So are you opening up public comment on 5.7?
Yes.
Oh, I just missed you to say what public comment 5.7. That's all. Hey, so table 1. You know, there's a lot of things on here. Like even in table 3, the police CCTV, $15,000 on the police CCTV. Where is that? I mean, that's closed circuit. So where is the police recording the public? Is that at the library? I'm not sure what that CCTV $15,000 is all about. Also, this table 1, completed projects. This says that they're completed. So traffic sign replacement program phase 1. I mean, if you guys and you rank these in a certain order to do these. So number 1 is because it's safety. So if you're going to replace traffic signs, you might want to replace the faded yellow school signs in front of our schools like Cornell, and all these old faded school signs. I mean, I remember maybe 5-6 years ago, I went to Albany and said, you know, we need speed bumps around Cornell School. And you guys sent me down to Hawkins sign and said, yeah, Jeremiah, go pick out neon green, yellow, neon yellow, green for those signs on just off of Solano on Talbot and Cornell. There's a person walking sign. So it'd be great if you guys would fix all the school signs and make all those high visibility. And my other question was about the senior center, $35,000 for an automatic door. Really? I didn't know it cost $35,000 to put up an automatic door, but I don't know. Talbot and Marin, I really hope, yeah, there's going to be flashing lights. I suggest put flashing crosswalks all over Albany, especially on Solano. We'll get into that another time, how dangerous Solano is with a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit down Solano. That's crazy. That's way too fast. And also, I believe that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no, double checking. Seeing no further public comment on 5.7, I'll bring it back to the council. Any concluding remarks on 5.7? If none, we'll go to item 5.8. Were there any council member comments on item 5.8, which is Masonic intersection Albany Trail safety improvements? If none, we'll go to members of the public. There was one member of the public who wanted to speak on this or comment on this. Please bring them in.
Yeah, I second this. I really think it's great because it has to do with safety. Everybody has to do with people crossing the streets and making things safer. So I just want to applaud the city to actually do something regarding safety for the city and pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bringing it back to council for any further comments on 5.8. Seeing none, I'll move to item 5.9, and I'm not sure who pulled that one. Is that Vice Mayor again?
That was me. I'm just curious if we received any more information regarding why EBCE removed the nuclear option. And then I guess this isn't really a question, but I guess that's okay. You know, I think we should proceed with what we had already decided. And I would like the mayor to send a letter to EBCE with the support of the council, expressing our support for a subsidy of Brilliant 100 and our disappointment with the way this whole thing has been handled, including removing the nuclear option at the last minute.
Okay, I think is one of the choices on that item is the Brilliant 100 with a subsidy, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mayor,
And
we
you
also
would like,
have here to provide a brief update for the council if you'd like
Please.
to have that.
please. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to share my screen for some slides with updates. And we also should have Alex DeGiorgio from EBCE here as well to answer any other questions.
I do not see Alex in the attendee list, but perhaps he has arrived in the panelist list.
Mayor, I already promoted.
Oh, yes, he has. Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Great. So good evening, City Council members. I'll be giving a quick update on what we know about EBCE and what the action is before you this evening, and then I'll pass it over to Alex DeGiorgio also to give an update from the EBCE side of things, and there's an opportunity to ask questions before we ask the council to provide EBCE with a ranked choice list of default energy products. So as a reminder, the Climate Action Committee on September 30th had a special meeting to make a recommendation to the City Council for how to proceed with a ranked choice list for default products. The first recommendation was to keep all accounts on Brilliant 100 if it stays carbon-free at price parity to PG&E. If that's not available, second recommendation is to place all accounts on the nuclear option. Third recommendation would be to place all accounts on all the following accounts on the following default products. Residential would opt to renewable 100, commercial industrial bright choice, municipal renewable 100, care FERA medical baseline bright choice. As you saw in a memo that was attached to the packet on Friday, a EBCE has decided not to pursue the nuclear option at this time. So while it may not be available for the city to opt into at the start of the new year, we decided to keep the nuclear option on the resolution that was attached to the packet just in case that were to become available. I can clarify that further later. So our recommendation tonight is for the council to adopt resolution 2020-110, indicating a ranking of preferred default EBCE electricity product choices for residential, commercial, industrial, and care FERA medical baseline accounts, and opting all municipal accounts into renewable 100. And as you'll see on the right side of the screen, this is a reminder of right now what it looks like the choices available are. You'll notice the nuclear option is not included on this because it doesn't look like that will be an option on the table to discuss during the November 18th EBCE board meeting. That's it for my updates. And Alex DeGiorgio from EBCE may have an update as well. Or he's here to answer questions from the council.
Any questions from the council for either staff member? Vice Mayor?
I noticed on there, in both places, it said it should be available for the foreseeable future. What does that mean? I mean, things are changing so rapidly. I'm not sure what the foreseeable future is. It's kind of hard to determine what's best here.
Alex, I'll let you speak
Sure.
to that one.
Good evening, Mayor Pilch, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, for the options, I'm gonna, if you'll bear with me, the current options now that the nuclear allocation has been taken off the table are to number one, close Brilliant 100 effective February 1st, in which case all customers on Brilliant 100 would be defaulted onto Bright Choice unless the city council votes to default these customers onto another option, which would be Renewable 100, or two, bet Brilliant 100 above the cost of PG&E. That would be in the range of 2 to 5%, and that would be brought to the board of directors to finalize at the December board meeting. And then all customers would see those new costs starting in February 1st in 2021. Or third, to maintain Brilliant 100 at cost parity with PG&E for the duration of 2021, and then to close Brilliant 100 and end it in January of 2022. Does that, Vice Mayor McQuaid, does that address your question about the timing?
If you end it in January of 2022, then where do people go?
Right. Then we will be having the same conversation in at that time, because in order to maintain it at cost parity for the upcoming year, it would be subsidized. So it would not be a long-term solution. It would merely punt this decision for another year. Meanwhile, that would give us hopefully more than enough time to decide what the next step would be, to help the city decide what its next step would be in this case, and those for our other Brilliant 100 customers.
So I'm sorry, I think I missed one little piece. If people opt to Brilliant 100 now, how much above PG&E is that?
So Brilliant 100 right now is not above PG. Right now it's at cost parity. Do you mean Renewable 100?
Right, I'm sorry.
Sure. It's a penny per kilowatt hour more, so it's volumetric. So the more you use, the more it costs. But
Right.
for average customers, it comes to about $3 to $5 more per month for residential customers. And then for commercial customers, it really spans the gamut because commercial and industrial usage varies so greatly.
Okay. Is there any chance they're going to subsidize it?
It's an option, and it seems to be that it was the first choice by the Hayward City Council. And by the way, that is what's kind of brought us to this point of EBCE removing it from the list of options. The nuclear allocation was that the city of Hayward, which had been the original driver of that effort, voted unanimously to take it off the table. And their first option, their first choice is that subsidy. So yes, of course I have to defer to the board on Wednesday night, but I think that the subsidy is a possibility that they may choose, even though of course it would only be, it would be temporary for, just for a year.
Right.
Depending on how they decide. They could limit it to a shorter timeline if they want, but that's what's been presented by staff, or what will be presented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I feel like I have to say that your council and your staff have been tremendously diligent and patient and accommodating with considering these options. And I think it's really important that on behalf of EBCE that we recognize that. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barnes has his hand up.
Yeah. I guess my question is, is there any possibility the nuclear option will ever be back on the table? That's one. And two is, why does Hayward get this special status? Is that just because they're big? I mean, obviously Albany's little, but if we say we want the nuclear option, that's not enough. And if it's not, how many other cities would we need in order to get this back on the table? Acknowledging the fact that it would have to happen soon because Diablo Canyon's going away in 5 years anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Barnes. Taking those questions in order, could the nuclear option, the nuclear allocation be an option in the future? It could be. That would be a whole lot of back and forth. I think as I mentioned to your staff earlier, I think we're already getting whiplash from this. But yes, it's possible that especially since our incoming new board directors, it's possible they could resurrect this issue. It's the allocation was for 2021 through 2023. So, as time goes by, it becomes a smaller allocation, but in the interim, yes, it could be revisited. And then to the other question of why is Hayward driving this? Since Hayward was the city and the jurisdiction that brought this issue back from the first time that it was considered, it was really resting on that jurisdiction to maintain the momentum for it. If another jurisdiction and its board director wants to resume that, as I just mentioned a moment ago, that could be done. And I guess size may have something to do with it. I mean, Hayward currently represents about 80% of our Brilliant 100 load. So
80%, 80?
Approximately, yeah.
Wow.
Most of the Brilliant 100 customers are Hayward, Albany, and then our municipal partners. So if the city that was driving this and represents most of the customers that are in it is no longer interested in it, that's I think what led our leadership to pull it from this current agenda. But it could be resumed in December if people want. I don't know if that's of interest, but that's a possibility.
Okay.
Thanks. Let me throw in a few remarks. I was going to say this later, but I think it's probably good to say this now. I was contacted by the CEO of EBCE about this item. We've talked a few times about it, actually. And so the council member from Hayward was very supportive of the nuclear option, so to speak. But to many people's surprise, maybe to his surprise, his council was not in favor of it, and so voted that down. So that was a big factor, I think, that has already been mentioned. I don't think anyone foresaw the public outcry of even just bringing the nuclear option forward. It's very much opposed by a number of people, and it has really been a divisive issue. And I think that there was a desire to just take that off the table, to talk more, to get back to the issue of serving power to people and not have to have a long discussion about that. And I believe that was a big motivation. But I do believe that any representative at the like me at the EBCE meeting could bring it back up for discussion. Staff has decided it wants to take it off the table, but certainly board members could bring it back up for discussion and reintroduce it. I'll speak later to your Vice Mayor, to your suggestion for moving forward. But unless if there's no further questions from the council members, we do have one public comment at least. Okay, let me go to, or actually several public comments. So let's go to public comment now. City Clerk, please.
Go ahead, Preston.
Good evening, Council. This is Preston Jordan. Thank you for taking up this item. Brilliant 100 always struck me as a little odd in terms of its ability to actually create additional greenhouse pollution reduction as compared to Bright Choice. My understanding is that the difference between the two came from large hydro, which generally is not being built anymore, and therefore Albany purchasing power from that large hydro did not really result in additional reduction of greenhouse pollution. It was merely we bought it so somebody else didn't. I mean, it's not like that power was not going to get bought by somebody. So I don't necessarily think this is a terrible outcome. At the time the discussion occurred around the possibility of defaulting to renewable 100, what we got back is, because obviously it's impossible for anybody to be 100% renewable because we don't have the storage technology to make that work yet. The answer that came back was that if Albany goes to renewable 100, its actual effect will be to increase EBCE's renewable content in its portfolio, in effect, in whole by a bit. Obviously, it will all be credited to Albany should Albany choose that. So I think that would create additional greenhouse pollution reduction as compared to the Brilliant 100. I think the recommendation is sound. I do want to point out that the percent increase that was shown on the slide, to my knowledge, and ask staff and the CEO to correct me if I'm wrong, that was the increase in the cost of electricity supply, not the increase in cost of the total retail package to a consumer. So it did not include the transportation component. The supply part of the charge to a consumer is, I think, half or less of the total charge. So with an increase of, for renewable 100 of 10% as shown, that was 10% or 1 penny per kilowatt hour. Actual kilowatt hour charge at parity from PG&E now, I think, is about 24 cents. So 1 cent per kilowatt hour increase on 24 cents or so is not 10% increase. So I think it's important to keep aware of that. And again, if I'm wrong in that, please absolutely correct me or provide better numbers, but I think the principle is there. So I would encourage you to go with option number 3. I don't think it makes sense for EBCE to be subsidizing Albany to stay on Berlin 100. We shouldn't be charity cases. We don't deserve to be charity cases. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello? Is that me?
Yes.
I just want to double check to see if I'm hearing right here. The City of Albany and the Sustainability Coordinator, are you all saying that you now consider nuclear energy a sustainable form of energy when there's no way of, well, anyway, that's my question. You're promoting nuclear energy now as a safe and sustainable form of energy? My question.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Jeremiah. I just want to say that all of this energy is better than coal. I mean, at least we've come a long way. I wish every house in Albany had solar panels, and I wish all this energy was renewable. So whatever plan we can get on, I really want to encourage solar panels, the wind, and hydroelectric. I just don't think it's a good idea to have coal or nuclear right now, since they're dismantling that nuclear factory within the next couple of years here. Nuclear is not safe, right? I mean, we all saw what happened in Japan. You know, now there's just radiation all over the world. So until that's safe, until we could figure all that out, we don't need it right now. And so, yep, that's it. Go green.
Thank you for your comments. And I don't see any other public comments, so we'll bring it back to council. There was a technical question by Mr. Jordan. I'm not going to be able to restate it. Would either staff member care to comment on it?
Yes, if I may, I think the comment was about the 10% increase that renewable 100 would represent, the penny per kilowatt hour, and this discrepancy is on me. When we're talking about the increase to Berlin 100, the potential increase of 2 to 4%, and then we're trying to compare that to the penny per kilowatt hour premium on the renewable 100 option, we're comparing apples to oranges. The penny per kilowatt hour, roughly speaking, across both commercial and residential customers, that additional amount comes to be about a 10% increase. But that's a very rough approximation, because we're talking about comparing homes of various sizes with businesses and industries of various sizes. It's much more accurate to just say it's a penny per kilowatt hour more. Therefore, it's volumetric, and the more you use, the more the premium costs. But the 10% is what we on EBCE staff have been using as a rough approximation that to try to capture both residential and commercial. The residential and commercial premium that renewable 100 represents. But Mr. Jordan is correct that it really isn't 10%. It really isn't 10%. It's a penny per kilowatt hour. I hope that makes it clear, but it may have made it more obscure.
It is very wonky stuff. hard for, I really try hard and I can't quite follow every single bit myself. Any other, I just wanted to speak to the Vice Mayor's suggestion at the very outset, and we can come back to that, but she expressed disappointment with the process. I understand that it seems to have been very chaotic, and it has been a bit chaotic, and I think it's been in response to the response to nuclear. And I want to give credit to staff for trying to respond in a way that can continue to offer the value to all the stakeholders as much as possible, while taking a divisive issue off the, trying to take a divisive issue off the table. So I think it can be seen as both chaotic but also responsive. Okay, let me bring it back to other council members. Anyone else have a comment at this point? And I'm not seeing any hands. And once again, your videos for some reason are not very responsive on my screen. So if you're raising your real hand, I'm maybe not able to see it. So that blue hand will have to, there we go. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I mostly just wanted to express appreciation to Nick Peterson for his comments about this that I thought clarified it in a way that even I could understand. It made a lot of sense. Thank you.
High praise. Anyone else? Vice Mayor, did you still want to, make a motion or?
It's part of consent. I'm happy to leave it on consent. I'm happy to not send a letter. There doesn't seem to be a lot of support for that. And I think Alex heard my concerns, and that may be just as good as a letter.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm not seeing any other comments from council members. So we will move on then from item 5.9, I believe that was, to item 5.10. I believe that was pulled by a member of the public. Or was it a council member? Okay, go ahead, City Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Councilmember Nason and member of the public. But why don't you go ahead, Councilmember Nason, then?
I just wanted to make a very quick comment. First of all, total congratulations to the staff, to the council, to everyone involved for the coming to decision on the SAHA project. It's very, very exciting. And the day that the ribbon is cut is going to be a great, great day. And I don't want to in any way sound like I am diminishing that accomplishment when I say the price of something like this, the cost, direct costs, indirect costs, everything involved, we have to be finding ways to deal with homelessness, which is a distinct part of the whole housing crisis, where these projects cost close to $1 million in direct costs. If you start adding in indirect costs, I don't know what it adds up to, but this is not how we're going to solve. We're going to make progress on the housing crisis, but we're not going to solve homelessness this way. And I hope that when we do get into talking about how to spend Measure W, that we will have a more realistic approach than the current approach that is being pursued at the county level. Thank you.
Goodness, I haven't checked the Measure W results lately. It was neck and neck last time I knew.
Yeah, actually, it was losing by a little before. The latest results have it winning just by a hair. That could change again.
Wow. Okay. Would any other council member wish to speak on 510?
No.
I concur with Councilmember Nason's idea that this will be a joyous occasion once this is all finally done and built. Okay, we have one member of the public who wishes to speak. City Clerk, please.
Hi, thank you, Ann. I just want to say thank you, City Clerk, for always being here at these meetings. Want to give you some credit. Also, yeah, I second that, Nason. We've been working on this for so long in Albany, and what a good thing to come out of this council and these past committees for these past years, and what a teamwork effort with the city and staff. So many people have gone involved in this. And yeah, what a ribbon cutting ceremony would be great. So yeah, this does help, housing situation, housing crisis, like you said. And we'll wait on that Measure W for that $150 million for the county, right? So yeah, good job, city. And this is such a great thing. Thank you very much, everybody, for your hard work.
Thank you for your comments. Bringing it back to council, any further comments or questions from council members?
I'd move the consent calendar.
Oh, we have one more item. Sorry, Councilmember Moss. We have 511, I believe, Councilmember Nason pulled.
Oh.
That I made my comment in conjunction with item 510.
I see. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Moss has moved the consent calendar. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Nason. Further discussion? Seeing none, if you would poll the council, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on from one of the longest consent calendars we've experienced in a while, we are on to good of the city public comment. So there was a member of the public who did want to speak to good of the city. So I'm just calling that out again. Yes, that member of the public is still here and has her hand raised. So these are for items. This is to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Any member of the public may speak and you'll have 3 minutes. City Clerk, please let in the members of the public.
Good evening, this is Jeremiah. I just want to give a good shout out for Margie Marks, Social and Economic Justice Committee. She's done an outstanding job with this Albany laundry program and just all of her hard work. It's just been such a delight, getting to work with her and everything. And also I just want to, thank the entire city council. You guys have been there for so many years and you've worked through so many things. And one thing I want to bring back, I suggested this maybe a couple of years ago and you actually took the idea and you ran with it for a couple meetings. Why is public comment at 9 o'clock at night? All these other meetings, social and economic justice, climate action, it's all agenda item 3 or 4. It's right at the beginning. And that allows an opportunity for the public to actually make a public comment because they know public comments in the beginning. So if the meeting starts at 7:30, public comments with 7:35. So people can schedule, parents at home could say, hey, kids, do your homework, dinner's over. Let me make a public comment on an important issue. But it's not social justice or anybody's justice for the city when people at home to make a public comment have to sit and wait around for all these lengthy agenda items to pop up. So I hope in the future we could bring that back. I hope the new city council and we can all, make public comment at the beginning. So that way there's more of a chance for more people to make a public comment. Because the way this is running right now is unorganized. So maybe we just need to reorganize this. And like the city attorney says, maybe every meeting we can make a second and a motion to change item agenda 6 to up front, like you did 12-1 tonight. So I suggested this a couple years ago, and I believe you ran with it for a few meetings. And also, let's imagine we have to go back to the city hall and it can't be on Zoom. I remember sitting around waiting for hours and hours just to make a public comment. You know, we shouldn't have to do that. Parents, we shouldn't have to sit in a city council for 3 hours, you know, here it is, an hour and a half into it, and you don't know when public comment's going to happen. So yeah, just please make good for the city in the future. In the beginning, every other committee or commission does it. So it'd be nice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hey, this is Corey Dosty, pronouns they, them, non-binary. I wanted to raise that this is Native American Heritage Month, and that the day that some folks celebrate as Thanksgiving is a day that some Indigenous folks celebrate or observe as a day of mourning, especially given the recent hate acts in the city against Gill Tract Farms and the Sagariyate Land Trust and against Indigenous folks. It being Native American Heritage Month is significant, and I didn't know it. To bring it up, to have it be acknowledged by council until I was in a Native American Heritage Month meeting that was Zoom bombed with some incredibly vile content. So I just really want to uplift the Indigenous folks and the folks who don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I think we can forget about it because it can be a thing that we all supposedly have in common. And we want to have things in common. It's a community thing to want to observe similar holidays. But I've been learning more and more about how for Jewish folks, their high holy days were in September. And for Muslim folks, it's April, May. And a lot of people end up pressured to create something they can celebrate in the end of the year just because Christmas is so big, and Thanksgiving too. So I just really want to uplift the diversity of our community, and specifically Native American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jackie Hermes Fletcher, and I want to read the statement of the Gill Tract Farm Coalition across the street from City Hall regarding the hate crime at the farm last August. On Monday, August 24th, 2020, 2 unidentified white men in a red pickup truck with plates 71962V1 vandalized artwork created by an Indigenous artist and displayed at the UC Gill Tract Community Farm. These men were observed cutting the artwork into pieces to remove it. In addition, they violently tore signage into small pieces and left it on the ground. Why is this news? The artwork depicted and communicated that this site is located on the land of the Jean Albany people who lived in the territory of Wisheen since the beginning of time, and that our farm is a community space. The destruction of this artwork is a hate crime. We at the farm strongly object to the damage done by these 2 men and like to talk to them. For thousands of years, the Sean Albany people have remained on the land now known as the East Bay in the San Francisco Bay Area. The Albany culture believes people do not own land, we belong to it. Generation after generation, the residents of Lijan cultivated reciprocal relationships with the plants and animals shared with the place and have beautiful and powerful cultural practices to keep the natural area in balance. This is not a standalone incident. During the previous week, a Black Lives Matter banner created by Black Earth Farms, also displayed on the fence of the Gill Tract, was defaced by an unknown person. The banner was restored by the farmers. Soon after, the banner was stolen. Over a period of 3 weeks, artwork highlighting Black and Indigenous people was defaced at the farm. These actions by vandals must be stopped. These are acts of aggression towards people of color, showing their presence in our community. We must make these acts of vandalism visible to our community, as well as making it known that actions taken to destroy banners or artwork creating and celebrating people of color in public spaces can and will not be tolerated. The UC Gill Tract Community Farm, located in Albany at the corner of San Pablo and Marin, is a collaborative community project between the UC Berkeley and the local community focused on the issues of food justice and urban farming. It embraces the visions of Segura Tay and Black Earth Farms, and they are members of the Gill Tract Farm Coalition. It's one of the many community farms practicing urban agriculture and has innovative solutions to social, environmental, and economic injustices. Due to the public health constraints in Alameda County, the Gill Tract Farm is closed to the public during COVID, except for our farm stand on Sundays. Essential worker volunteers are continuing to
sorry, your time is up.
At our site.
Your time is up.
I thank you very much. And we also give food to food pantries, shelters, and low-income families. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I have a few comments. First, I just want to start by saying that I support Corey's comments, acknowledging that Thanksgiving isn't a celebration for everyone, and I think that awareness that would really would be great. And I appreciate Jackie's comments. What I mainly wanted to say is that because there continues to be a lack of information provided to the community through numerous venues, such as posted flyers through the faith community, small community groups, the senior center, local housing, restaurants, the library, wherever people are getting their information besides the city's website, that none of those are being used as far as I know. I'd like to encourage the city council to create a committee made of community members who provide different ways of getting out the information about what's happening in the city, the city council, the SEJC, and other city bodies. This would be a marketing or information committee. The current method of simply using the website and the internet means there are many people who have no idea of what's going on. In connection with that, I'd like to know if information about the openings and all the commissions have been sent out through the school district and the village newspaper, newsletters, or listservs to increase the chances of more people knowing about these openings. And when I went to the website, I couldn't find a deadline for those applications. I don't know if there is one, but I couldn't find one on the website. I'd also like to ask again that the topics of the Pledge of Allegiance and the order of items on the agenda be put on an agenda for future discussions. For many, if not most meetings, items of great interest to the public are toward the end of the meetings when it's getting late for getting late for communities to stay so they can add their thoughts. And this is an agreement with Jeremiah, not just those comments, but also like tonight, the police commission is really late on the agenda. And I am, there are people that probably might have come, I don't know, but it's late for me to stay here long enough so that you finally get to that item. An additional approach to this would be to start the meetings earlier. That's another possibility. And another thing I request is that when on the agenda, it always says staff member recommends this and staff member recommends that. And I think it would be great if we knew exactly who that staff member is that's recommending those, because the staff members aren't elected and yet they seem to be making decisions that the city council in general just goes along with. So I think community members have the right to know who is actually really making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I see no further public speakers for good of the city. A statement of fact, as was mentioned last time, the order of the agenda is specified in our council rules of procedure and order, and I might not have that title exactly right, but the mayor does have discretion to move items around as well. Moving on to item 7, council subcommittee reports, council member reports on appointed representation and other meetings and events. Are there any subcommittees reporting tonight? Seeing no hands, hearing none, we'll move on to council member reports on appointed representation. Does anyone have a report on appointed representation? Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you. Along with you and the city manager, I attended the mayor's conference, and I believe you and I were both on the climate mayor's call. If I could just keep going, so we're gonna, rather than stopping, and move on to 7.3.
That's fine.
We continue our calls with the business community, attended some United Against Hate meetings, and I'm currently attending the virtual National League of Cities Summit for the rest of this week. And I do want to respond to, I believe it was Julie who asked about if we send things out through the school district. I did send the announcements for upcoming advisory bodies to all of the engagement groups of the school district, to all of the principals, including asking the high school principal to please send it out to the students, and also working with the youth in government to have it sent through them and also to speak to them about applying. Your idea of the village is good. I'll send it off to Jen in the morning. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member reports on meetings attended? I'm not seeing any hands. I'll just go ahead with the vice mayor. I did mention a few that I attended. I attended the Alameda County Transportation Commission, ACTC, the PPLC meeting. I'm struggling to remember what the acronym means. I believe it's programming. It's not projects, but it's programming and legislative updates. We talked about the county transportation plan, which will be coming up for a full vote this Thursday at the ACTC full meeting. And so you might want to take a look at that. It will be the last chance to weigh in on that rather large plan. We did specify at this meeting that we include hydrogen fuel cell as a alternative fuel source to be considered among all other alternative fuel sources. It was also brought up that automated speed enforcement be mentioned in the plan. And there was a lot of discussion as well. Outside of the plan, there was a lot of discussion about the Alameda and Oakland Access Project, which is trying to provide better access to Alameda and through the bridge and the tubes without impacting the local neighborhoods. So that was the majority of the discussion there. I will have the EBCE meeting on Wednesday, as was mentioned, and ACTC on Thursday. And I also note that I mentioned to staff that I will be able to attend ACTC in December, but not Stop Waste and not EBCE. In one of the cases, my alternate can attend. In the other case, the two of us, the member and alternate, are myself and Councilmember Moss. So we'll have to appoint a temporary replacement for the Stop Waste meeting, I believe. And any other reports from council members? Meetings attended, subcommittees, last chance, going once, going twice, and we will move on to the city manager report. City manager, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remind the council that we have a future agenda items listing on our website that we recently updated. This gives you a nice snapshot of some of the major items that you'll see throughout the year and a sense of when they will be on agendas. Certainly, this is also in addition to the posted agendas as the material becomes readily available. But again, just a kind of a broad picture of where things fall throughout each year. From our Public Works Department, the sidewalk program Phase 3 construction is substantially complete. Staff is evaluating Phase 4 for presentation at the December Transportation Commission meeting. Public Works will also start cleaning the city storm drain system this month in advance of rainy season. We are really excited and proud of our partnership with Alameda County Public Health to provide a free flu shot clinic. And this is really thanks to the Albany YMCA for housing this upcoming flu shot clinic. It will be held on November 30th from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. at Albany YMCA, 921 Keynes Avenue. And there are a significant number of flu shots available. So please do take advantage of that if you are still seeking a flu shot opportunity. Our services throughout the current pandemic continue. We're up to over 11,000 meals delivered. That's an incredible service that our recreation and community service staff continue to prioritize and commit to serving our most vulnerable in the community. If you need assistance with those types of services, groceries, essential items, shopping trips, and meals, the hotline number for that again is 510-524-9122. As the mayor mentioned earlier, Alameda County is in a place of transitioning back to the purple phase, and staff will prioritize public information surrounding that as we receive it from Alameda County Public Health. Finally, I'd like to share that this week, a lot of our city staff will be participating in a training with Nicole Anderson Associates on the topics of inclusion, equity, and institutional racism. And we look forward to having that training provided to us through our consultants' expertise. That's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is, thank you, and thank you for the staff's response to the COVID pandemic. Not easy for anyone, much less those who have to run the city and take care of all of us. Great news about the flu shots. I recommend everyone take advantage of those. I've gotten mine. If ever there was a year to get a flu shot, this is the year. And thank you also for the city manager for the upcoming agenda items. I think that helps the public and also helps the incoming council to prepare them, and which has been a topic on my mind certainly very lately. Thank you for your report. Moving on to the next item is item 9. There are no presentations, so we'll move on to item 10, public hearing, proposed code amendment to Albany Municipal Code, section 2-28.1, claims for money or damage, first reading. Staff, please.
Good evening, Council. The item before you tonight is the introduction of a proposed code amendment for Albany Municipal Code Section 2-28.1, claims for money or damage. Since 2012, Council adopted a policy to authorize the city manager to settle liability or workers' compensation insurance claim of up to $25,000 and reject any and all claims. The proposed ordinance is a code update to match the policy and to sync with current procedures. Staff is recommending council to introduce for first reading of ordinance number 2020-14. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there questions from the council? Seeing no questions from the council, let's move right on to questions from the public. City Clerk, could you allow the public in, please?
That's okay. I thought public comment was going to come after the presentation, but that's fine. I'll make my public comment now then. since you give me the opportunity.
Jeremiah, you muted yourself.
You're still muted.
I think that's great. If the city manager can settle out of court $25,000 or less, that'd be great without all that court stuff. I know my situation is the Albany Police Department towed my RV a couple years ago. And everybody knows those Albany Police Department's a bunch of predators. And you can see the times to where they were sitting behind my had started, and they got Officer Walkner, some new cadet from another town, because nobody from the city of Albany really wanted to be the officer to tow it. Now I have all those police reports, and the Albany Police Department towed my RV for a 72-hour whole tow, but they towed it at what, 69 hours? So the police department illegally stole my car. I called 911 and said the police stole my home. Yeah, and you can't call 911 on the police. I mean, there's no checks and balances. And I've been trying for so many years. I've been to public city council meetings showing you guys the police reports and the records. I emailed public comment. It's all up for review. And still nothing has happened. You know, this was a couple years ago before we had Albany Cares. And it's like, if the police were so into taking away Elaine and I's home and making us homeless to do that, there was nothing lined up for us to have a home. You know, the police were just so out to get us. You know, as soon as I parked the RV in front of the city hall in front of the police station, that's when they really were after me, you know. And I had signs, Albany stands united against hate, but the police department just hated on my ability to put a roof over my head. You know, and this, you guys create all these municipal codes, and you create a municipal code to where no RVs allowed within the city limits. You know, that's the most affordable housing there is. And Albany just bashes on RVs and trailers, and Berkeley just lets everybody peacefully provide a shelter. You know, Elaine and I were doing the best we could. You know, we weren't living in a tent. We had a home, but the police took that from us illegally. So where's our justice? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I do not see any more public speakers on this item. Any more questions or comments from the council? Not seeing any. I believe we do need we need to introduce for the first reading this ordinance. Would someone like to make the motion? Vice Mayor?
Oh, go ahead.
I move that we introduce for first reading ordinance number 2020-14, amending Albany Municipal Code Section 2-28, claims for money or damages. 2-28.1, claims for money or damage.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is unfinished business. Under item 11.1, we have a resolution establishing a community task force on policing. I apologize that it's coming up late. I did actually examine the agenda to determine whether or not this was soon enough on the agenda, and it seemed like it would be. So thank you for bearing with us. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This item continues the discussion the council has held over the course of the last meeting date and also the work that the subcommittee to create the framework for this community task force on policing developed over the course of the summer. Again, that was comprised of the mayor, the vice mayor, and our SEJC commissioners, Chair Greg Downs and Vice Chair Janelle Gary. The staff report before you this evening follows up on the direction given by council with regard to some of the questions in your last staff report. And it includes a draft resolution to formalize the establishment of a community task force on policing. You will see the resolution notes a membership of 12 as appointed by the city council. Also included in the staff report and the resolution, you will see the notation as directed by the council at your last meeting for a subcommittee comprised of the council as well as members designated by SEJC to provide recommendations to the city council with regard to the appointment of those members based on the applications received. As noted in the discussion section on your staff report tonight, I've outlined 4 primary items in terms of the administrative items that will occur following council approval of the resolution. There will be an application period. The submittal deadline there is simply a placeholder. If you prefer a different deadline, certainly can be changed. Again, as noted, the subcommittee to review applications, we're outlining prospective dates for when the city council will designate who should serve on that city council subcommittee. Also with the SEJC, staff will coordinate with them to designate as well. And then also the subcommittee meetings will coordinate the meeting dates and distribute those applications received, and then provide that recommendation back to the city council with regard to the selection of people to serve on the task force. Otherwise, I would be happy to take any questions you have with regard to the specific content in the resolution, providing what's been directed to date. The other item in the action for the council this evening is for direction on the preferred language for the introductory letter. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Just one question for me before I go to the council members. The introductory letter, the original one was drafted mainly by the consultants, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Barnes?
I just want to make a comment that if the original letter at the end has the current draft of the questionnaire, so if you want to see the current draft of the questionnaire, that's where it is. It's not at the end of the alternate letter, but the original letter.
Thank you for that. Other council members? Questions before we go to the public? I'm not seeing any more hands. And so we'll go ahead and go to the public. City Clerk, could you let the public in, please?
Hi, thank you. This is Jeremiah once again. Yeah, I would love to be on this task force. I really would love to, because the police department needs some serious checks and balances. I mean, I've got bruises all over my body. You know, and I just want to say thank you, City Hall, for, you know, hiring an outside consultant to help investigate all these bruises on my body from the Albany Police Department. And I actually did find a video on my phone today from the incident, and you could see bruises on my body right away. And you could see the brutality, and you could see the officers unwilling to take photos. Yeah, and I really think it'd be great and transparent for the Albany Police Department to be drug tested. on a monthly basis and have those drug test results, whether it be done by Cal OSHA or some sort of government service, because the police need to be drug tested on a monthly basis. And if they test positive for any drugs, there's obviously a grievance machinery for that. But if there's no checks and balances, we could have officers stealing drugs from, people that they arrest, and not writing it down. There's so many ways for cops to be dirty. I mean, the cops they've done dirty to me. I got bruises on my body, and here it is 2 months later, and still, it's like the police are getting away with this. And why should a member of the community have bruises all over their body from the police department? I wasn't arrested. They have no communication skills. So that whole thing's being reviewed right now. So we'll see what happens. But I would love to be on this committee to make sure the police department is not on drugs and everything like that, because, oh boy, their pupils sure were dilated. But that's another story. So the fire department's great. They come there to save your lives. The paramedics, they come there to try to save your life. Once the police department gets involved, they just they freak out under pressure. They, if they were swimming, they drown kind of thing, because they'd panic. And so they maybe need some more training and all this stuff. So, I know we have one female officer on our Albany Police Department. And there was another female officer that night. Where'd she come from? Kensington. So we got Kensington patrolling our streets and all this stuff. We got that $300,000 to create a job for dispatcher handling Kensington police calls, but we only have one dispatcher. That's sad.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Greg Downs from the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I appreciate you all's time and your persistence with this matter. I just want to encourage you to continue to look to move forward. I think that the discussion of how to make it work with 12 people, was productive, and that the draft that was submitted is from the council, and with the letter originally written by the consultants based upon the working group or task force, is all appropriate and reflects the general consensus there. I would urge you to give full consideration to that letter and not to make any hasty changes. I think the substitute letter, while it has its merits, may well appear to be short-circuiting the process of the task force that you would create, and to be seeking to assert outcomes rather than processes of investigation. So I think the ways to sustain that the letter as submitted in the main packet conveys that this is an open-ended, broad-based process to build public safety in the city, and remains the best language thus far that we've got. So thank you for your attention and appreciate you all's work on the issue.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, I'm Jackie Hermes Fletcher. Thank you very much for doing this work. I would like to have hope that the Community Task Force on Policing could submit a resolution to redistribute money and funds from the police to something like a crisis team similar to the Berkeley Mobile Crisis Team that serves Albany and Berkeley with social workers and people who have more of a idea of how someone who has mental challenges could be taken care of in a more loving way. And I'm really looking forward to the people on this committee doing the hard work to make our city a better place for people of color and for people who have any other kind of disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, this is Corey Dosty, they, them pronouns, non-binary person. I want to super echo and thank very deeply what Chair Downs said, and also what Jackie Hermes Fletcher said. The objective of this was carefully crafted and to include alternatives, to include alternatives to policing. It's about public safety. It's not about making the police department the best police department it can be, which is in the alternative letter, the best possible police department that is supported by an entire community. That was not the discussion at the working group to form the task force. So Chair Downs is correct that that language asserts a different outcome from what was discussed with community input over the course of the working group. I do appreciate in the alternative letter that it mentions that there will probably, well, it says that there will be working with the police department. It does put it on like this equal level, which was not fully hashed out during the working group, and I don't think has to be by you now either. I think there's been discussion of police officers or representatives of the police community being involved with the working group, but not necessarily being members and not necessarily being present all of the time. And I think that is a fluid, open thing, and you could try to put parameters around that. I don't think that's a great use of time right now. I think, moving this forward is probably for the better. But there being that piece in the alternative letter about there will be interaction with some representatives of the police community is useful for folks to consent into what the work of being on this community task force on policing will involve. That is the one piece that was not in the original letter that maybe could go in. Otherwise, I completely support the consultant letter as wholesale, just more careful around outcomes and the process as Chair Downs articulated. And yeah, allowing for outcomes to include, hey, defunding the police, if that's what they come up with. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I feel like Corey and Jackie and Chair Downs all said a lot of what I wanted to say, so I just like to support what they say. I think the first letter is more thorough. My only comment about it is there's a typo or the wrong use of the wrong word in the first sentence. It should say, we want to assure the residents of Albany that we hear you, not ensure. So I think somebody should just fix that. My concerns are the presence of the police. I think that it should be clear that they're not, that they don't, as Corey said, that they won't always be there or that they're not equal members, because I think that could be intimidating to some people. And I also appreciate, I guess, I'm trying to read into this the possibility that there will be some funds, there's the potential for some funds to be switched from the police department over to some supportive, like mental health services or crisis services or social services or whatever is needed that doesn't require a gun. And I know that sometimes emergency services or social services arrive with the police officers insist on coming also. And I think the presence of a uniformed person with a gun can really set somebody off who's been traumatized, especially if they're living on the streets or have been in a situation where they've already had a really bad experience with a police officer. So I think I would hope that would also be taken into account. So I'm glad to see this going forward, and I hope that you will vote with the correction. And I agree with Corey with including the fact that the police, warning people that they will be working with the police in some way, and then the correction of the word, and that this, I'm glad this is going forward. I did have one question actually. So somebody said something about 12 members, but on here it says 18 members. So could somebody, when I stop talking, could somebody just clarify that? I'm not really clear on how many members are really being proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. One more speaker. Next speaker, please.
Hello, it's Preston Jordan. I actually have the same question as the last speaker. I see in the resolution it specifies the appointment of 12 members with the mayor or an alternate as the 13th member, and a member of the Social and Economic Justice Commission as a 14th member. But the letters refer to 18 members, and they refer to the police chief and or designee being a member. So there's confusion in the documents. It appears in that regard. I may be mistaken, but at least that's the way it's appearing out here in Zoom land. And also the resolution refers to the appointment procedures being in accordance with Section 323 of the city charter, which among other things specifies that the members of a body are appointed until the next general election. I don't know if this task force, by dint of its name, what its duration is anticipated to be. If it is anticipated to last until the next election, then that's fine. If it is not, then that perhaps should be clarified here, because otherwise there could be some confusion down the line as to how long this body is to last. And then it also says that the appointment is to be in accordance with Exhibit A of this resolution. However, Exhibit A is not attached, or is not at the end of the resolution document itself as an attachment, and I don't see it as another attachment to this agenda item, so I don't know what the appointment procedures are. So if somebody could describe that, are all 12 members appointed by the council as a whole, which would be my guess. Clarity on that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and that ends public comment. I think just taking some quick items here, 18 members, I believe that is probably still just comes from the original document, and it's meant to be 12. I can't see people nod their heads, unfortunately, tonight, so I'll get back to that. It seems like grammatically ensure should be assure, and then there were some more clarification. So did staff want to speak to any of that first?
Sure. Yeah, the attachments besides the resolution are not updated yet. Those will be updated pending direction from the city council. We hesitated to make all of those changes without clear policy direction through the resolution that you have in front of you. I'm scrolling through the resolution. There was a question about Exhibit A. If there is an additional reference to an Exhibit A that likely is not.
I think it was Attachment A, which was mentioned, but I might have written it wrong incorrectly.
Let me keep looking. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can take that out. It's an inaccurate reference. I'm sorry about that. And I don't remember the other questions. If there was something else to clarify.
Okay. But we could, if we do move to approve this, we could approve it with the given the direction that the staff correct clerical errors.
Yeah.
So comments from council members. And please use there we go. Councilmember Barnes.
Yeah, I spent some time thinking about this over the last week, and even before the meeting, looked over Corey's emails. My concern is a couple things. One, we need to keep it this moving. I know working in the university sector, when you get too many cooks editing documents, you can get stuck in endless loops that can go on for weeks. And so I would like there to be some process where we can boil this down. I think Greg Downs' comments are useful, but we need shorter documents. You know, you can lead a horse to, I'm speaking as an editor, yeah, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can write beautiful, long, flowing documents, but people really aren't going to read more than about a page. So we need to get this stuff whittled down. And I'm happy to work on this if people want to work with me. I'm fine with starting with either of the letters. One's too long. The alternative letter is shorter and more succinct, but if people want to tweak it, it's hard to do that in a city council meeting. I also have concerns about the survey instrument, which needs work. I think it's also too long. And I have an idea for how to sort through the applications, but I'm going to hold off on that because I've perhaps given people enough to chew on already. So those are my initial comments.
Thank you for your comments. I agree that wordsmithing could be done later. Other council members? Looks like the vice mayor. Oh, Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to this discussion. I think a lot of the questions I had were answered as we went along. The discrepancies in numbers of how many people were going to be on this thing. My comment last time, and I still agree with it. The larger a group is like this, I think the less likely there's going to be something that will be useful will come out of it. I think a smaller, more concentrated group will be likely to move faster and come up with some ideas that could be incorporated by the future council. I'm not quite sure how to wordsmith the two letters. The letter that was first presented to us, seems to me almost seems it's as much a statement as it is an explanation of what this is all about. And I'd rather let the future working group make the statement at the end of it rather than being set up as much as that does. On the other hand, the alternative that the vice mayor provided doesn't catch the essence of the feelings that sort of brought this all to a forefront. The Black Lives Matter and all the conditions that kind of generated this committee to begin with. So but how you wordsmith between these two, I'm sure Michael would do a much better job as a editor on something like that. I do hope that we can move forward tonight, with this and get it going, because the longer it's delayed, I think the less helpful it will be for the city in the future. So that's my comment at the moment.
Thank you. Any other council member? Councilmember Barnes and Moss, I'm lowering your hands. There we go. Vice Mayor, please.
Excuse me, thank you. I did try to shorten the letter because I thought it was too long. And I also think that one of the first things you should do when you're asking somebody to do something is to ask them to do it. And that's why I kind of reordered it so that the ask is at the beginning. you know, as he stated, Michael is the science editor. If he wants to kind of tweak these letters or marry them together a little bit, I think that might be a good way to move this forward. You know, much of what's in my letter, I cut and pasted out of the other letter. So I'm not sure that wouldn't work.
Okay, and Councilmember Nason, did you have anything to add at this time? Yeah, okay. I can't really see you moving, but I think no. Speaker, raise your hand if so, if you have something.
That's a no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking. Well, I'm going to suggest, in the interest of moving it forward, that we agree on we agree on a few things and specify perhaps that, or just know that this could be changed by this council later, or future council, or the task force itself. The language could be changed. I think that we did specify 12 members instead of 18, so I think where 18 remains is just a mistake, and that would be a clerical error. The only wording change that I was able to catch was the ensure, E-N-S-U-R-E, changed to assure, A-S-S-U-R-E. And I would just I would recommend moving forward with the letter as written, and not the vice mayor's letter. And yeah, that's what I would recommend as the to move forward with the changes that I just mentioned.
Mayor,
Councilmember Barnes.
Yeah, just clarification. We only have one more working meeting. Is that correct? Because the December 14th meeting is the changing of the guard meeting. So,
that's correct.
That's not actually a hard and fast deadline, but it would be, we should get this wrapped up by December 14th, or, you know, at least this needs to be thought about. And while I'm stirring the pot, I have this idea for a group. The city attorney pointed out that we can only have 2 people between the council and SEJC on a group to help decide the larger group of 12. There's going to be an application process. Hopefully we get lots of applications. Somebody's got to sort through them and make recommendations to the city. You winnow them down to 12 because there'll be 2 people from the city on this group as well, total 14. But we can only have 2 people between SEJC and the council, because if we have 3, then we run into Brown Act problems, and we can't do this in private. So my suggestion is 2 is a little small, and one of our academics like Greg Downs can chime in on this, but if you're running through a bunch of applications, whether it's, you know, student applications to a program or a grad school or whatever, 2 is not enough people. It helps to have about 4 people, I think. So here's a thought. I'll just toss this out. My recommendation is we start with 1 person from the council and 1 person from SEJC, and they make a pass through all the applications. And they pick 2 people to help them. So there's a total of 4 people. And then those people, the group of the gang of 4, then does the serious sorting process of going through the applications and selecting 12 people. And this is a framework. I'm not wedded to the numbers, but we need to get around the 2-person constraint. And that's one way to do it.
Just if I could clarify, Councilmember Barnes, if the subcommittee is going to be 2 different groups, such as 2 from the council and 2 from SEJC, looking at the candidates, and that is going to create a Brown Act requirement, as opposed to just less than a quorum of the council or less than a quorum of SEJC.
Right. So a maximum of 2. It could be 2 from the council, 2 from SEJC,
No, just 2 from one group. Once you start adding the groups together, then now you don't have less than a quorum of one group, which will then create the Brown Act issue.
But we could, all right, here's the options. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. We'd have 2 people from the council, right? That's not a quorum. Or we could have 2 people from SCJC. Could we have 1 person from council and 1 person from SCJC?
It's got to be less than a quorum of one group. So your first "or" was correct when you said 2 from the council or 2 from SEJC. Once you start mixing, then you're not an ad hoc committee, which is not subject to the Brown Act.
Okay, you lost me there. I'm sorry. But Nicole was nodding her head, so you didn't lose Nicole.
You can't mix the groups. I think that's the simplest explanation. You've got to pick less than a quorum of one group in order to stay an ad hoc committee.
Or when you mix the groups, automatically it becomes, you need to have a public meeting.
Correct. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thanks. Well, then we're gonna have a turf battle over if it's gonna be SEJC or the city or the council, but I would like to see about 4 people sorting through all these applications, and it would be 2 from this SEJC or 2 from the council, and then 2 community members. That's okay, right? Is it ad hoc group? We can't have.
No, it has to be made up of less than a quorum of one group. You can't add other people to the group. So
Even
it really
community
needs
members?
even community members.
Well,
again, you can do that. It's just subject to the Brown Act. So if
right.
the goal
So
is,
in other words,
yeah.
this will be a 2-person group sorting through all these applications. That's the maximum number we can have. It's 2.
from one group. I don't want to say 2 because if you did 1 from the council and 1 from SEJC, it would be subject to the Brown Act.
Right. Well, okay, we'll just have to work with it then. But I mean, do we need to get, what's the council's feeling about this? Do we want to get rolling on this and try to get this done by the middle of December or not? I mean,
Well,
I'd hate to sort of,
Mayor, sorry.
well, I just would hate to hand this half-baked thing over to a new council because it's not going to be effective for them to try to pick it up and finish it. Well, the other alternative is just have them do it, the whole thing. But it's one or the other, but nothing, not halfway.
Yeah, the vice mayor had her hand up, but now she has it down. So I assume that she is no longer.
Let me say one thing. I do want to comment on the letter, but it sounds like we've moved off that for a minute. So finish where we are, and then I'd like an opportunity to come back to that.
Okay. Well, let's. That's a substantive item. Let's talk about that then and see if we can. If anyone has a proposal that we can move forward with. So, Vice Mayor, please go ahead.
On the letter.
Right, on the letter that there's at least one phrase that I would certainly like to have in the letter for, I'd like to have it in the letter. The part that, and I'm going to read it, but it is in my letter someplace. All members of the task force and support staff will come to the process ready and able to honestly and objectively discuss, listen, and learn from one another. I think that's really important. That, it talks about support staff and the task force and that they're ready to listen and learn. I think that's an important piece of this. So I would really like that to be included. And I think it's important to have a goal in this. And we seem to have a little difference in what the goal is. I put ensure Albany has the best possible police department, one that supports all of our community, one that is supported by the entire community. I think that's a reasonable goal, but if there's another way of writing what the goal is, we could maybe get that into the letter.
The question, Vice Mayor, the sentence you wanted to add, was that the one that was also supported by a couple of members of the public? If you know or remember.
I believe the goal was not supported. Oops, sorry, I've got two screens open and only one hand.
But
and I guess the comment, or one comment that I came in the email today, the charge of the task force includes looking at public safety alternatives and best practices. I don't think that's mutual. I don't think that's exclusive of having the best possible police department. And I guess that's where I'm a little confused.
I think putting words in Corey's mouth, I think public safety is a broader concept than police department. And I think Corey may have wanted to make sure we keep the focus a little broader. Public safety can include mental health workers and people like that, or people who work with homeless.
Yeah.
Or people who give, vaccinations or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, maybe as you're tweaking this, you could include public safety in there. Albany provides the best public safety to its community, or something. I mean, better than that. That's off the top of my head, but something like that.
Oh, so I have a concern. I appreciate people wanting to get to the best possible letter, but I have a concern that if it's altered, that we'll get, when it comes back, we'll get comments as well, and we'll go through another process of revision. And I'm wondering if, that I think that's just going to stall things. And I don't, it was described by a council member that this is half baked. I don't think it's half baked. I think it's nearly there. It's a little bit messy right now because we've never done anything like this before, but I'm prepared to move forward with it as is, with also noting that it can be changed as the process moves forward. So that would be my preference, to move forward as it is, noting that we have the 12 members instead of the 18, and leaving the rest, allowing the staff to correct clerical errors, and then allowing council and perhaps the task force to continue to refine it down the line. So I guess just to start us, okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I thought this letter was to encourage people to join the task force. I don't quite understand how it can be changed once it goes out to the broader community.
Or, I misspoke a little bit because I was going to offer an alternative that we could approve everything else but the letter and bring the letter back for next time. But again, I fear this continual revision given public comment, and I'm not sure that's the right thing to do or not.
Well, there's also the issue of the questionnaire, which I think needs some work too. So it's really the letter, it's a letter in the questionnaire where we've got to get a product done that we can push out to the community, encourage them to sign up to apply for this task force. So it's really that's the issue, is what do we push out to the public and how do we get there from here? And I didn't mean to be too dry. Maybe it's 3/4 baked, not half baked. I'm fine with that. We just need to get it a little more baked.
Okay. Well, we have the option of approving it now with corrections or pushing it down the road. I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this policy, or approve. Let me look at the actual agenda item. that we approve the resolution establishing a community task force on policing, noting that there are clerical corrections to be made, such as the reference to 18 members needs to be 12 and other errors need to be corrected. I'll move that we approve that with those corrections. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing no further discussion, would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Barnes,
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
No.
and Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And either us or the new council might have some revisions to do or refining, but I'm feel much better that this process is a little further down the line. Thank you, everyone, for your input and comments and work. Moving on, next item is new business, proposed changes to City Council rules of procedure and order. And these are, there's two items, 12.1 and 12.2 brought forward by me. Let me see if I can make a few points very quickly. I guess we should take up the items individually. 12.1 is changes. Oh no, sorry. 12.1 is the one item. But let me address two things. One is the mayoral rotation and the other is appointments to city bodies. Give me one moment to find my notes. So my desire is to use the wisdom that I've learned through this time, and it's taken me way too long to gain this wisdom or to learn all these things, to try to improve the process of the city council. And when I first got interested in city councils was when I saw an incoming city council change the normal unspoken order of mayoral succession and appoint one of their own as mayor instead of the person who had been vice mayor. I think it's better for staff that there be certainty to this progression. Most, as you can see in the materials, most cities do have it codified how the mayoral succession will be. I think that 2 years is, there's something to be said for a 2-year term. You might be able to accomplish more having that certainty, but then you also don't allow some council members to assume mayoral, to assume the mayorship. I think that it's been argued that, and I can't remember the arguments exactly, that we have better representation if we have a mayor that can last more than 2 terms, better representation regionally. That's to be answered in the second item, which is the assignment to regional bodies, which I've discovered that a lot of cities just do by appointing certain members to a body and keeping that appointment for perhaps many years, sometimes 4, 6, 8 years. And I think that the final comment on the mayoral rotation is that if the council selects the mayor by vote, then the council has all the power and all the votes, and the people have little power and none of the votes to select their mayor. And I think that's one of my main arguments for having a mayoral rotation. So I think let's take these items one at a time. And that's my introduction of the mayoral rotation item. And it looks like the vice mayor has her hand up. or questions before we go to public comment?
Yeah, I guess we can make
No,
this into a question. Why are we doing this? It clearly seems to me that this is something that the incoming council should be addressing, and we shouldn't be putting different policies on them 2 weeks before they take their seats. I just think this should we shouldn't even discuss this tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Nason. Oh, let me, I'll just answer that in that the incoming council will not have a chance. It won't be on their agenda. They won't have a chance to discuss anything like this before they have to select the mayor or vice mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor McQuaid. I think that it does not, you've done some great work here. I think this memo will be a very valuable resource for the next council, but it's really up to them to decide how they want to proceed. You make a good point about the agenda, that really there should be, it would be nice if they could make this decision before they reorganize, but they would have to do it perhaps at the end of their own first year. And at that point, they will have some of their own experiences and things. So I would agree with Vice Mayor McQuaid. I suggest that we simply recommend this memo to their consideration and leave it to them to decide what to do with it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Councilmember Barnes?
Yeah, I want to third the item of the other two council members. This one I'm happy to kick down the road because realistically they have a year to think about it, because they have to pick somebody to be mayor for the first year, and then the succession planning or rotation that you're suggesting would not happen until the end of the first year. So they really have a year to think about it, as Councilwoman Nason suggested. So I think that's the way we should go. I'd also like to put in a pitch for discussing our commissions, because I think we could reform some of the ways the commissioners are picked as well. But that's way more than I want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that as a separate item because I think there'll be some discussion about both. So Councilmember Moss?
Yeah, I would agree. I think this is a great memo. I'm glad you put it on the agenda, but I don't think we should be in the position of submitting this into for the future council. But I think they should be well aware of it, and I would put it on their agenda very early in the process. And there's a lot of things that could be said about whether or not this is the best way or why it's been done the way it's been done. I think a lot of us that have served as mayor believe at some point or another that it would be better for Albany to have an elected mayor. I know that was on the ballot at one point, maybe 10 years ago, and it went down. But, if you have one mayor who's there for 4 years or whatever, that would be a better case. But, I see your thing tonight as something to start that discussion, but I don't think I feel like I want to tell the next council how to proceed on this.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Let's go ahead and go to public comment. Will you bring in the public, please?
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. Yeah, I'm not sure how the city used to do this, select the mayor. I just feel it'd be very democratic if the Albany residents can choose to elect the mayor. in my opinion, it's if the leaders pick themselves, if there's majority in there and they already have their favorites, they could build their own allies within the council, and they could team up against other people and not include them. Or, it's majority rules. It's a numbers game. And, there's already a new council selected, and they're probably already making decisions right now. They probably already know who the new mayor is. I mean, hypothetically. I just think it would be great if the Albany could vote for it, because that gets the community involved. And if the council select the mayors within themselves, it feels like the community doesn't even get a choice. Isn't it nice to have options? I mean, we elect the city council because that's all we could do. That's all that's on the ballot. We don't even have a choice to select the mayor because of some policy implemented, due to past practice, grandfather claused in. It sure would be nice if, just because Albany is a small city, we've got to do it like this. It shouldn't be based on population or the square footage of how we run our government. Government shouldn't be ran by square footage of the city, or population, electoral college sort of thing, so why don't the people get to vote? That's what America is. Freedom of choice, freedom of speech. It's kind of like if the city council picks themselves, we've been doing, it's just not fair for the community. And this whole rotation thing with, we got a mayor here for 1 year, a mayor there for 1 year, it sure gives everybody experience. But whatever ends up happening, I would say to have, 2 vice mayors. Let's say one mayor gets sick or something, then the vice mayor steps in. Well, who's the vice mayor of the vice mayor? So, like the head of the house or something. So yeah, it really be nice if the people got to vote on this, but also ask the city council what they think. With the new city council members, obviously ask them what they think. I know I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Well, this is Preston Jordan. My thanks to Jeremiah for asking what a new council member might think. I'm not a council member, obviously, at this point, but I will be in not too long. As the mayor mentioned, after the 2006 election, the norm of orderly rotation, at least that I had experienced for the previous 12 years of living in Albany at that time, was disrupted, and it's been disrupted periodically since. And quite a few people complained. My perspective was, well, if you want it to be orderly, then it needs to be a rule. It can't be a norm, because norms are getting broken all the time. We're seeing that more and more. My highest value is to have an orderly rotation restored, and we need a written mechanism to do that because the norm is not working. I think you actually are in a good position to make this choice because the majority of the current council is termed out. So, ostensibly, there's less politics involved in it, at least optically. I, for my part, support adopting a method like the other cities that are in the MOMO have, so that we know what's coming and we can plan. I think the way that it's laid out, it sets up a queue. All of them set up a queue. There are some differences in the detail, but the queue essentially goes by seniority by election year and then number of votes within an election year. So were you to adopt it, then right now, then the next mayor would be Peggy McQuaid, Vice Mayor McQuaid, and the mayor after that would be Councilmember Nason. And then I would go over from there. I don't really want to continue from there because things can happen in 2 years. You know, I suppose I could say, well, that's to my disadvantage in some way. But my highest purpose is to actually bring order back into the system. So I would encourage you actually to adopt this, if you would. If you will not, then I think it should be on the agenda for the next council before it actually has to choose a mayor, so that that council has the opportunity to adopt an orderly rotation rather than leave it open to norm or lack of norm the way it has been. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
I agree with Preston. I was stayed up just to talk about this. I have watched over the years, going back before 2012, where what looked like an orderly rotation where somebody has been skipped over because they weren't popular with the rest of the council. And I just think that's horrifying. I don't think it should be a popularity contest as to who gets to be mayor. I think there should be an orderly rotation. And but I'm just taken aback by something that, I must have missed it in the description. So the rotation is going to be, I don't think it should be either Vice Mayor McQuaid or Councilmember Nason that is mayor next, because they've already been mayor. So I think it should be a new person. And I don't think it should be based on how many votes you got or seniority or anything like that. If that's the policy, I don't agree with that. I don't know what it should be, but I think everybody should get a chance to be mayor. I think it should be for a year. I think it should rotate. And I don't think people who have already been mayor should get to be mayor again until everyone else has been mayor. And I'm really glad that this got put on here, because I remember watching a meeting where somebody just got passed over completely and everybody voted against them. And I just couldn't believe that the people that we voted for, you are elected by us. We elected you, and we didn't elect you to then gang up on each other. We elected you to do your job, and I think everyone should get a chance to be mayor. So I agree with Preston, except I'm not sure if that's really in here, and I just missed it, the whole part about seniority and number of votes. I just think that's a terrible idea. And I think there should be a more democratic way, and start out by just having a rule that's for the new 3 people will be mayor. And I do think that it's appropriate to do it now. And of course, if they just hate the idea, it's a new city council. They can undo it. It's not like this isn't undoable. So I would really, really encourage you to just start it out right this time and not allow this popularity contest to continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi again, Corey Dosty, they them pronouns, non-binary. I want to agree with Julie in as much as the whole people who have already been mayor thing, and to express that I've only been here for a year now. It's been a year. That's nice. And I've been active, right, coming to meetings for the city for half a year. So I don't have a lot of this history. But what Julie is describing is kind of what I was worried about potentially happening with either Aaron or Janelle. Aaron ran on the same slate with Preston, but there's, being the one younger person on the council, there's potential, right? Certainly optics ways, at least, for, and especially, he's made comments at city council meetings about defunding the police, which I don't think he campaigned about very much, which is a tactical choice that I respect. But if he becomes more vocal about that, Vice Mayor McQuaid and Councilmember Nason have both expressed that they are not in favor of defunding the police. And I don't know about Preston Jordan or actually about Janelle Gary. So they're could be that sort of playing keep away of mayor from the one person with the unpopular opinion, right? This is a particularly salient example, but not the only possible example. And it would certainly be extra bad with Janelle, right? As the one person of color and specifically as a Black woman. So, and an orderly rotation just seems to fix that. And I think that Preston has put forth a good argument, and Julie's right that it can just be undone, right? Actually, I suppose that's a question. Could it be undone right away, or would that also take a year? So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and that does it for public comment. We'll bring it back to the council, and I'll just clarify right away that I attempted to change the document or amend the document, the rules of procedure and order, to insert the language. And so I went back to look at that where it has the official language of the rotation. And what it says is that the queue will be established to govern the election of the mayor and vice mayor upon adoption of the rules governing mayor and vice mayor selection. Any order may be established upon initial adoption. So my particular version does not speak to seniority or a particular order. If we were to adopt it at the next mayor vice mayor rotation, any order. Oh, it says any order can be established upon initial adoption. That's how I wrote it. So we could establish the order upon initial adoption, I believe is how I wrote it. Okay. Anyway, back to Vice Mayor McQuaid has her hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to move to extend the meeting till 10:45.
Thank you. Is there any objection? Then we'll accept that by acclamation. Thank you very much. Any further comments from council members?
Is there any reason this could not be put on the first, that the issue could not be agendized and your memorandum circulated for the first meeting of the, at which the new council members will be able to vote?
That would be the December 14th meeting, I believe, and staff.
As part of the December 14th agenda, I'm just trying to remember what we have on there. It's the oath of office and the certification of election and the selection of mayor and vice mayor. So certainly it could be included in some form. Clarify exactly what you'd like included.
Well, I would like to move that we proceed accordingly, that we agendize, prepare the agenda in such a way that the incoming council will have an opportunity to discuss this procedural question prior to making the selection of mayor and vice mayor and the appointments to the various bodies.
Okay, so that was a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Councilmember Moss, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion about that motion?
Can I hear this motion again, please? It's late.
Yeah, I'm moving that we direct staff to place on the agenda for December 14th an opportunity for the council to consider Mayor Pilch's proposals and act according to their own views as to how they wish to proceed going forward.
And that would be before they actually make their decisions as to who the mayor and vice mayor is going to be?
Correct.
Okay. But, you know, they have a
Okay,
year to
so-
sort this out. You know,
I
it
have-
makes no functional difference.
I have
Because-
no problem with that either, just giving them a year, either way. I just don't feel like we should tonight. I don't think we should be telling them what to do.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this motion, which is to allow the next council an opportunity to discuss my idea. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Barnes,
No.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
I'll give a symbolic no just because I wanted to be able to vote on my own memo.
And the motion carried.
Okay, there you go. Next council, you'll have the opportunity to weigh in. Thank you for that. Next item is the idea of the having certain considerations around the selection of council members for regional bodies. And let's see. I think I just observed that sometimes there was very little discussion around this at council meetings that I've been a part of. I came in very naive about the whole process. I didn't really know what to do, how the process worked, who should be selected. Were there any reasons certain people selected or served for longer terms? So I came in with at least a desire to have more discussion around it. And I observed that other cities without a directly elected mayor had council member representatives that served on certain bodies for a long time, whether they were mayor or not. They just continued to serve on the body according to perhaps their skills and definitely their interest. And I think I even mentioned I can't remember, but I know that in Emeryville, council member, oh my God, the Emeryville council member serves with me on EBCE, and I'm spacing out her name because it's so late. I'm so tired. Has served with me the entire time I've been on EBCE.
Diane
Martinez. Thank you. And I know that Tim Root of Piedmont has served on Stop Waste and been the chair of Stop Waste. And he has served many years continually on that. So I just think that those are good ways to represent your city. I think when you can have the multiple year representation, learn about the body and effectively represent because you have all that knowledge. And I also think finally that the discussion among the council members of what their skills and interests are and matching those with the bodies as much as possible would be great. And I don't know if it would be possible through the Brown Act, but would be even better is if the mayor who's going to run the meeting could solicit all the interest beforehand and then just start to pick and choose based on that so that there could be the most efficient and best discussion at the council. So those are my ideas. Any questions about that?
I think
sorry, Councilmember Moss. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of late. I absolutely agree with you in terms of the most effective members of many of these commissions are often members who have been there for a while. So you mentioned Tim on Stop Waste, Jerry Penton was also there for many years, and others. And again, on the Transportation Commission, on just about all the commissions and committees that I had experience with, if you were on that for a while, it takes a while to get what's going on there and be able to navigate through it all. So I think that's a great idea. Again, I think this is something for the next council to kind of, mull over and decide if they want to do it that way. But it would certainly be my strong recommendation that they try to get council members who have some interest and some connection with what the commission or committee is in charge of, before they make that appointment, and then allow them to be on that commission for some period of time, not change it out every year, because it'll take 3 or 4 meetings before you're sort of up to speed of what's happening.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I would pretty much agree with what Councilmember Moss said, including the fact that I think, again, this is something for the incoming council to discuss. But I am kind of intrigued with the idea of having a 2-year term at least. But again, I think we need some flexibility in here. So we might want to think about this a little bit. But I do like the idea of the 2 years. But let's let the new team do it.
Okay, and all right. Let me go to public comment, and we'll bring it back for final discussion. Then, City Clerk, please.
Hello again, Preston Jordan. Yes, I think the 2-year term idea is a good one. A lot of these bodies, unless somebody tells me otherwise, but if they meet monthly and they have one a month off in the summer and they combine a meeting in November, December, they only have 10 meetings a year or so. And so given the learning curve, it's really not in the best interest of Albany to have somebody in that position for only a year, because it can't be as effective on behalf of the city. I know for myself, I served on the one of the advisory bodies, the Alameda Transportation Commission, for a decade. And it was really only that sum of experience that gave me the basis of knowledge and relationships to be able to get the Gilman overpass/roundabout project to appropriately address Albany's needs, which I was successful in being able to do. And I doubt very much anybody who was in their first year would have been able to do that. So I do think in the best interest of Albany, having a longer term would serve the city, and potentially at the expense of the self-interest of individual council members who want to be on whatever bodies they perceive as more prestigious in some way. But we're there to serve what is the best interest of the city. So it's best if we stay put. And I look forward to deliberating it when it's my time, should that be the choice of the council to put on the agenda. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Thank you. Looks like we have one more member of the public.
Hi, thank you. Gosh, this is such an important issue for the entire city of Albany. Here it is, almost 11 o'clock at night. We got the council falling asleep, everybody tired. How is this good for the city to make these important decisions this late at night? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, these are to select the mayor and the terms for the city of Albany for the next, years. Is this late at night? This is not social justice for the city of Albany. I mean, everybody's asleep. I don't even see Rachel Nason on here anymore. I mean, we still got a quorum or what? I mean, it's so late. You got city council members not even here anymore. I mean, I suggest we got to do city council meetings every week and have shorter times, so these council meetings only last a couple hours. 4 hours. But you guys are gonna do what you're gonna do. But yeah, just table this for the next meeting and have it earlier, please.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And that's the last of the public comment. I do want to address one thing the Vice Mayor said. The language is very flexible. It is written such that it prefers the 2-year terms, but if there's contention, where 2 council members really want to serve on that body, it does allow for that flexibility to change after 1 year as well. So, yeah. Further discussion? Not seeing any, so just to move things forward, I will move that we insert the language regarding appointments to regional bodies in the council rules of procedure and order. Do I have a second? And that seems to fail for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
I will make an analogous motion to the one that I made before, that we direct staff to put this on the agenda for the next council in its agenda of December 14th.
Okay. How about December 21st is when that actual selection occurs?
Yeah.
So
sorry.
that might make more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. We have a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to allow the next council to decide if they're meeting on December 21st before they do the actual selection. And is there any further discussion? If none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Barnes?
Yes.
Councilmember Ross?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuay?
Yes.
Mayor Pilch?
Yes, to make it unanimous. And I want to thank my fellow council members for considering my ideas and late at night at that. And I believe that would be the last agenda item, since we ordered the agenda item 12.2 was taken earlier. Do we have any future agenda items for us? Any of us who are going to be here for just a couple more meetings? But do we have any future agenda items? Seeing,
yeah, I mentioned this at the last meeting. I would like the council to receive a presentation about the parking at the waterfront and what the intentions are with respect to allowing people to resume parking between the entrance and exit of Golden Gate Fields.
Okay, thank you. Any other future agenda items? Seeing none, that's the last substantive agenda item. City council meetings, our next one will be in, I think it's 3 weeks, in December 7th. That'll be our last full meeting. And December 14th, we will certify the election results and then pass the torch to the new council. And December 21st will be their first full meeting, if I've not incorrect. And other upcoming city meetings are listed on the agenda. If there's nothing else, I want to thank everyone and wish you a good night. Stay safe, be well.
Are we adjourning?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Yes, I did want to close the meeting in honor of 2 who have passed. And the first is Frank Heaney Jr., retired Albany firefighter. He passed away November 1st at the age of 93. Frank worked for the city of Albany for 27 years and was a member of the old police and fire pension plan. His claim to fame, however, was that Frank, at the age of 21, was the youngest correctional officer in its history, working at Alcatraz Island prison during the gangster era. Frank wrote a book about it about his adventures on Alcatraz called Inside the Walls of Alcatraz. So we remember Frank Keeney Jr., and we also want to remember Carla Herzog, and I believe that the Vice Mayor has some words about Carla.
Yes, thank you. Carla, and I'm sorry, I don't have dates on this. I do know, however, sadly, that she passed away last Thursday. She had been a dispatcher for Albany PD for many years. I actually knew her on a more personal level. She was a longtime member of Seroptimist International of Albany, and she was one of the founders of Good Stuff Thrift Shop in El Cerrito, which is a thrift store that supports adults with developmental disabilities. Her daughter Pam was employed there along with many other people in what was for them a unique opportunity for real work and real pay. So again, it's personally sad for me that Carla passed away. She was a good friend for many years.
Thank you for that. And my notes say that she was 79 years of age when she passed. And thank you for the virtual kick in the leg, Vice Mayor, so that I didn't forget that. Let's pause for a moment of silence for the two who have passed. Thank you. Be safe. Be well. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.